Dear ladies and gentlemen, you're kindly asked to be seated. We are about to start our event in 10 minutes' time. Please put your phones on muted.
Занять свои места. Церемония открытия мероприятия начнется через 10 минут. Пожалуйста, не забудьте перевести мобильные телефоны в беззвучный режим. Благодарим за понимание.
Dear participants and the guests, we kindly ask everyone take your seat. The opening ceremony will begin in 10 minutes. Please ensure all mobile phones are switched and silent mode. Thank you for cooperation. Қатысушылар мен қонақтар, бәрлеріңізден орындарыңызға отыруды сұраймыз. Салтанатты іс-шара 10 минуттан кейін басталады. Ұялы телефонды үнсіз режимға қоюды ұмытпаңыз. Түсіністік танытқандарыңызға рахмет.
Уважаемые участники и гости, просим всех занять свои места. Церемония открытия мероприятия начнется через 10 минут. Пожалуйста, не забудьте перевести мобильные телефоны в беззвучный режим. Благодарим за понимание.
Dear participants and the guests, we kindly ask everyone to take your seat. The opening ceremony will begin in 10 minutes. Please ensure all mobile phones are switched in silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Құрметті қатысушылар мен қонақтар, бәрілеріңізді өз орындарыңызға отыруды сұраймыз. Салтанатты іс-шара 2 минуттан кейін басталады.
Уважаемые участники и гости, просим всех занять свои места. Церемония открытия мероприятия начнется через 2 минуты. Благодарим за понимание.
Dear participants and the guests, we kindly ask everyone take your seat. The opening ceremony will begin in 2 minutes.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, әріптестер, құрметті қонақтар, біз сіздерді Қазақстан Республикасы Президенті іс басқармасының медициналық қызметінің 95 жылдығына арналған ғылыми практикалық конференцияда қарсы алуға қуаныштымыз.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to welcome you at the conference devoted to the 85th anniversary of the Medical Center of the President's Affairs Administration of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Замана Мы рады приветствовать вас на научно-практической конференции, посвященной 95-летию медицинской службы Управления делами Президента Республики Казахстан. На протяжении почти 100 лет
During almost 100 years' time, medical service has been developing from very small treatment units to modern state-of-the-art high-technology structures, providing medical assistance at the level of international safety and quality standards.
Colleagues and the dear guests, we are delighted to welcome you to the Scientific and the Practical Conference dedicated 95th anniversary of Medical Service of President's Affairs Administration of Republic of Kazakhstan. Over the course of nearly 100 years, the medical service has undergone journey formation and development, evolving from small medical units into the modern, high-tech organization that provides medical care in line with international standard of quality and the safety.
Құрметті әріптестер, қонақтар мен қатысушылар, экранға назар аударуды сұраймыз. Сіздің назарыңызға Қазақстан Республикасы Президенті іс басқармасының медициналық қызметінің тарихы мен жетістіктеріне арналған бейнеролик ұсынылады. Уважаемые коллеги, гости и участники, просим внимания на экран. Вашему вниманию предлагается видео, посвященное истории и достижениям медицинской службы Управления делами Президента Республики Казахстан.
Dear colleagues, guests, and the participants, please pay attention to the screen. We want to show you a video dedicated to history and achievements of Medical Service President's Affairs Administration of Republic of Kazakhstan.
Қазақстан Республикасы Президенті іс басқармасының медицина
The Medical Center of the President's Affairs Administration of the President of Kazakhstan is a network of multidisciplinary institutions offering a full range of medical services. The Hospital of the Medical Center is the benchmark of modern medicine. It opened its doors in 1997. At the Laboratory of Personalized Genomic Diagnostics, next-generation sequencing technology is used to detect genetic predisposition to diseases as well as for cancer diagnosis and treatment. A non-invasive prenatal test has been introduced capable of detecting Down syndrome with 99% accuracy as early as the 10th week of pregnancy. Advanced equipment such as PET-CT and SPECT-CT installed in the Center for Nuclear Medicine enables the diagnosis of monitoring of complex diseases. The center produces 7 types of radiopharmaceuticals. By binding to tumors, these compounds allow simultaneous visualization of both primary tumors and potential metastasis. At the International Center for Robotic Surgery, procedures in urology, gynecology, and general surgery are performed with exceptional precision using a robotic assistant. The hospital specialists travel abroad to adopt advanced practices and technologies while also sharing their expertise. They provide training and consultations to doctors across all regions of Kazakhstan. Patients of the Medical Center Hospital can access their test results online through a mobile application and track their treatment progress. The hospital service securely store each patient's medical data for over 10 years. The hospital has successfully passed international GCI accreditation 4 times and has also received national accreditation. The National Hospital of the Medical Center, affectionately known as Savminka, has a history spanning nearly 100 years. It is a place where Kazakhstan's top medical professionals are trained and developed. The hospital performs a full range of surgical procedures on the brain and spinal cord, as well as operations in traumatology, orthopedics, cardiac surgery, cardiology, ophthalmology, urology and gynecology, arithmology and Parkinson's disease treatment. One of the hospital's key specialists is its renowned gerontology center. The hospital has been awarded international JCI accreditations 4 times as well as national accreditation. The Okjetbes Sanatorium Network, where health meets the harmony of nature, offers guests unique wellness programs that combine the healing power of nature with advanced medical technologies for complete rejuvenation. Our sanatoriums offer mineral waters and therapeutic mud treatments, 112 medical procedures, 13 wellness and rehabilitation programs. The Okjetbes network brings together the best sanatoriums. Okjetbes in Burabai, unforgettable rest and healing in the heart of pine forest and crystal clear lakes. Almaty Resort in Almaty, comfort and care in the center of the city. Sanatorium Kazakhstan in Yessentuki, access to the unique Caucasian mineral springs. The Okjetbes Sanatorium Network is proud to hold the EuroSPA certificate and has been recognized as the world's best result by the World Federation of Hydrotherapy and Climatotherapy. The Center for Sanitary and Epidemiological Expertise plays a vital role in ensuring the public sanitary and epidemiological safety. As one of Kazakhstan's first biosecurity reference laboratories, it houses 8 high-tech laboratories. The center conducts studies on environmental objects and food products, testing for bacteriological, molecular genetic, parasitological, sensory chemical, toxicological indicators, as well as radiation monitoring. High-precision equipment and the latest rapid testing methods ensure timely and reliable results in the shortest possible time. Karlagash Kindergarten is the only accredited preschool institution in the country that meets both national and international standards. We not only nurture children, we shape the future of the education system as a recognized competence center of the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Our unique approach includes Bastal program, a tailored educational system designed to meet each child's individual needs. Highly qualified educators, including candidates of pedagogical sciences, methodologists, and seasoned experts, support for kindergartens nationwide, consulting, training, and implementation of advanced teaching practices. Lagash is developing the future leaders. For over 12 years, the Center for Medical Technologies and Information Systems has been training employees of the President's Affairs Administration and its affiliated organizations, helping them enhance their qualifications and master relevant in-demand skills. 18,000 specialists trained, 100+ experts, lectures from Kazakhstan and around the world, institutional accreditation by IQAA were carried out. The center offers cutting-edge training topics such as AI, cybersecurity, kaizen, smart sales, emotional intelligence, and much more. Artificial intelligence supports doctors in making fast and accurate decisions, optimizes resource use and clinical processes, and helps prevent risks, ensuring efficiency, safety, and precision in care. We are implementing a model for transferring medical and educational technologies quickly, accurately, and efficiently. We adapt the world's best solutions to our practice and scale them across the regions, paving the way for modern high-quality healthcare for every citizen. We actively develop medical tourism with a strong focus on world-class service standards and cutting-edge equipment, offering treatments that meet global standards, all delivered with care and comfort. Our medical center, the future of healthcare, starts today. The conference. In order to open the conference, we kindly invite all the distinguished guests to the stage. Deputy head of the Medical Center of the President's Affairs,
Administration of Republic of Kazakhstan, Bakıt Abildinov.
Қазақстан Республикасының денсаулық сақтау министрі Альназарова Ақмарал Шәріпбайқызы.
Minister of Healthcare of Republic of Kazakhstan, Ahmaral Alnazarova.
Қазақстан Республикасы президентінің кеңесшісі Цой Алексей Владимирович.
Advisor to President of Republic of Kazakhstan, Alexei Tsoi.
Қазақстандағы дүниежүзілік денсаулық сақтау ұйымының елдік кеңесінің басшысы Скендер Сыла.
Head of the World Health Organization Country Office in Kazakhstan, Skender Sila.
Қазақстан Республикасы президенті іс басқармасы медициналық орталығының басшысы Рустам Қуанышбекұлы Албаев.
Head of the Medical Center of President's Administration of Republic of Kazakhstan, Rustam Albayev.
Конференцияны ашу үшін құттықтау сөз Қазақстан Республикасы президентінің іс басқарушысының орынбасары Абильдинов Бақыт Рүстемұлына беріледі.
We now invite Deputy Director of President's Affairs Administration of Republic of Kazakhstan, Bakıt Abildinov, to deliver opening remarks.
Distinguished participants and guests of the conference, on behalf of the President's Affairs Administration, I congratulate everyone with the official opening of the conference dedicated to the 95th anniversary of the Medical Center of the President's Affairs. In his address, Head of State highlighted that a range of steps are planned to improve the well-being of the country's social in the line goes, the affairs directs its all resources towards the dynamic and accelerates development of its subordinate organizations, which provide a wide range of services to the population and serves as platform for disseminating best practice throughout the country. Today, the Medical Center of the President's Affairs stands as a flagship of modern technologies in healthcare, education, and central epidemiological well-being. The integration of pressing issues of management, medicine, epidemiology, sanatorium, and resource care and preschool education into a unified conference program will provide a new impetus to expanding perspectives and generating new ideas aimed at improving the well-being of the nation. Distinguished guests, I wish a very successful conference Thank you for your attention. We now invite the Minister of Healthcare of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Al-Nazarova Akmaral Sharipayevna,
of Republic of Kazakhstan, Akhmaral Al-Nazarova, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, dear guests, dear Rustem Bakhutullah, Alexey Vladimirovich, Rustem Kwanishbekova, Dr. Sila. I would like to congratulate all of you with this huge event. On behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare, I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the International Scientific and Practical Conference dedicated to the 95th anniversary of the Medical Service of the Presidential Affairs Administration. Today, our firmest priority is the protection of public health. Without achieving this goal, it is impossible to ensure the country's sustainable well-being. Therefore, the head of state and the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Kemalievich Tokayev, and the government continue to pay particular attention to strengthening public health and ensuring accessible and high-quality medical care. Comprehensive measures are being implemented to improve the mandatory social health insurance system, develop healthcare infrastructure, enhance human resources, digitalize medical services, as well as introduce innovative technologies and elements of artificial intelligence into medical practice. The development of preventive medicine, the improvement, and I'd like to highlight that the Medical Center of President's Affairs Administration is on the forefront of all these actions, of all these measures. All the technologies, all the transfers are implemented by this very medical center. And therefore, I would like to express my gratitude to the team. The positive dynamics in public health indicators have contributed to an increase in life expectancy, which reached a historic level of 75.4 years in 2024. This year, we anticipate achieving 75.8 years. This outcome has been made possible thanks to the systematic effort of the government, healthcare authorities, and the professional contribution of the country's medical personnel. And I would like to highlight the innovations and transfer of technologies that the medical center is implementing continuously and is contributing a great value and is today the forefront and the source of inspiration to the whole healthcare as such in our country. And the medical service of the President's Affairs Administration during almost 100 years is contributing to the development of our medicine. The history is the history of the constant improvement based on the responsibility and discipline of the medical medical professionals. You have developed the quality and culture of medical service, and every representative of this medicine made its own contribution to the development of this direction. I'd like to highlight the productive cooperation between the Ministry of the Medical Center President Affairs Administration. This partnership stands as an example of effective interaction among state institutions in the interest of the nation's health. Joint work in the areas of high-tech medical care, personal training, digitalization, and innovation transfer provides a solid foundation for enhancing the quality and sustainability of the healthcare system. Over the past 10 years, as part of joint initiatives, 35 clinical protocols, 19 new medical technologies, 10 radionuclide diagnostic technologies using modern radiopharmaceuticals, and advanced methods of robotic surgery have been introduced. Within this cooperation, together, I believe that the Medical Center of the President's Affairs Administration has a huge contribution in Central Asia. Within this cooperation, together with the hospital of the Medical Center of the project renovation of regional multidisciplinary hospitals and perinatal centers has been launched. The project aims to improve the efficiency and quality of patient medical care in the most in-demand therapeutic areas. As part of renovation, several training courses are planned, including on the issues of management, advanced management, hospital infection control, hospital infrastructure organization, and the development of medical technologies. And I'd like to use this opportunity to express my gratitude to Alexey Vladimirovich and Roshan Martna. Your teams are these people who continue these very good and traditions. A separate strategic priority is the development of nuclear medicine. Literally, recently, we were the first in Central Asia and 25th in the world who launched the proton therapy. A roadmap for the development of nuclear medicine and nuclear technologies has been developed, the implementation of which is coordinated by the Hospital of the Medical Center of the President's Affairs Administration and the National Scientific Oncological Center. Joint measures are aimed at increasing the accessibility of modern diagnostic and treatment methods, improving the monitoring system for the operation of nuclear medicine centers, and introducing innovative technologies. In addition, an important area of long-standing cooperation in the Ministry of Healthcare's interaction with the World Health Organization. Within this partnership, initiatives are being implemented to strengthen the human resource capacity of the healthcare system, including the development of nursing and midwifery in line with WHO strategic priorities for 2025-2030. And using this opportunity, I'd like to express my gratitude to the representatives of WHO, to Mr. Skandar Sila, on behalf of all of us. Today's conference brings together physicians, scientists, managers, educators, and researchers. Such professional dialogue enables the emergence of new ideas, the formation of approaches to integrating science and practice, and most importantly, the adoption of decisions that directly affect public health and quality of life. I wish all participants and guests good health, inspiration, and successful work for further development of our national healthcare system and for the well-being of our people. Congratulations.
Советнику президента Республики Казахстан Алексею Владимировичу Цою.
The next welcoming address given by the advisor to President of Republic of Kazakhstan, Alexey Tsoy.
Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, we're glad to welcome you on such a significant event for the Medical Center of the President Affairs Administration. We are very glad that today this hall has gathered the veterans of the sector of the medical service and all our colleagues who during a century have been helping to improve the health of our citizens and bringing them to life. And I'm very glad to see our partners in work, including national centers, scientific research institutes, our partners, including our foreign partners with whom we've been cooperating for many years and developing state-of-the-art technologies. I'm very happy that during those 95 years we have hundreds and hundreds lives that we hope to save, and they are very grateful to the whole team, to our professionals, and everyone who is engaged in our work, in our service. This service is not only limited by the healthcare. We do develop modern preschool education technologies, including rehabilitation, health improvement, and sanitary epidemiological well-being. Today, we are congratulating this day with everyone, and it is important that strategic tasks of our head of state is being implemented via this medical system that allows us to implement transfer of technologies including to the regions and our neighboring states. I congratulate everyone with this significant event, and we express our gratitude to international organizations, especially for the World Health Organization, for full-fledged support. I express my gratitude to all of you, and I wish all the participants of this conference, of this professional dialogue platform, I wish very successful, productive work and interesting interaction with your colleagues. Congratulations.
Дүниежүзілік денсаулық сақтау ұйымының Еуропалық өңірлік бюросының директоры Ханс Хенри Крюге конференцияға арнайы бейне хабарлама жолдады. Экранға назар аударуыңызды сұраймыз.
Dear colleagues, Dr. Hans Henry Kluge, Director of World Health Organization Regional Office for Europe, has sent special video address for our conference participants. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Уважаемый доктор Акмарал Алназарова, министр.
Dear Dr. Almazar Al-Nazarova, dear colleagues, dear colleagues and friends, but on behalf of the World Health Organization, please accept my sincere congratulations on the anniversary of the medical service of the Presidential Affairs Administration of the Republic of Kazakhstan. This remarkable date is not only a tribute to history, but also during the 95 years the medical service of the Presidential Affairs Administration has traveled a path that reflects the evolution of Kazakhstan's national healthcare system from its early formative stages to a modern, high-technology, people-centered medical system. We take pride in our long-standing partnership with Kazakhstan. Over recent decades, the country has demonstrated steady progress in developing its healthcare system and improving public health outcomes. Life expectancy has increased by more than 10 years, and global targets for reducing maternal and infant mortality have been achieved. Of particular importance to us is Kazakhstan's leadership in advancing the principles of primary health care as the foundation for universal health coverage. It was in Almaty in 1978 that the historic Declaration on Primary Health Care was adopted, launching the global Health for All movement. Today, Kazakhstan continues this mission by implementing the initiative of the President of the country, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, in order to establish a coalition of countries in support of primary health care. The country has also provided a platform for the WHO's geographically dispersed office on primary health care in Almaty. Dear colleagues, let us use this opportunity to look into the future. May the exchange of experience, scientific discussions, and new initiatives presented at this conference contribute to the preservation and strengthening of people's health. Халық денсаулығы, ел байлығы. The health of the people is the wealth of the nation. I sincerely wish you productive work, constructive dialogue, and new ideas. Көп рахмет. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, the floor is now given to the head of the WHO office in Kazakhstan.
The next welcome address given to head of the World Health Organization country office, Skender Sila.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to represent the WHO on this significant event.
Dear panelists, excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly a great honor to join you today to this distinguished event marking the 95th anniversary of the medical service of the Executive Office of the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. On behalf of the World Health Organization, country office in Kazakhstan, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on this remarkable milestone and sincere appreciation for the invitation to share with you this great celebration. Nearly a century of professionalism and dedication has made medical service a true symbol of excellence. It stands for the highest standards of care and patient safety, while fostering innovation, introducing new technologies, and advancing digital transformation. The rich and diverse agenda of today's conference vividly illustrates the spirit of progress and ambition. It reflects not only the evolution of the medical service itself, but also the broader transformation of Kazakhstan's healthcare system. As World Health Organization, we are proud to accompany this journey. This year marks an important milestone, the signing of the first long-term country cooperation strategy between World Health Organization and the Republic of Kazakhstan for next 5 years. This document embodies our shared commitment to protect, promote, and improve health of everyone, everywhere to this great country. It aligns WHO's global and regional priorities with Kazakhstan's national development strategies, setting out concrete actions to advance the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. Looking ahead, World Health Organization remains fully committed to supporting Kazakhstan in translating this vision into lasting health gains for every person in hospitals and clinics, in communities, and in the everyday lives of people across this country. Let me again congratulate the medical service of the Executive Office on its 95 years of dedicated service and organizing such an impressive and forward-looking conference. I wish every one of you fruitful discussions, new partnerships, and continued success in advancing health for all. Thank you very much. Koп рахмет, спасибо большое.
Келесі құттықтау сөз Қазақстан Республикасы Президенті іс басқармасының медициналық орталығының басшысы Албаев Рустам Қуанышбекұлына беріледі.
We now invite the head of the Medical Center of President's Affairs Administration of Republic of Kazakhstan, Rustam Albayev.
Құрметті әріптестер,
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, we are celebrating such a great event today. Our medical center is its 95th anniversary of our medical center, and I wholeheartedly congratulate all of you with this very conference. Dear colleagues, kindly allow me to congratulate all of you with the opening of the International Scientific Practical Conference devoted to 95th anniversary of our medical center of the President's Affairs Administration, I would like to highlight that we're not only congratulating the 95th anniversary of our system, but the Savminka, the hospital called Savminka, that was the foundation of the medical system, which is now called the National Hospital of Almaty. It is also 10 years to BMT in Astana city. That is a huge cluster. That clinic was opened in 2015. And we also congratulate the Okjetpes Sanatorium Networks, Karlagash Kindergarten marked 15 years, and Sanitary Epidemiological Service highlights its 35th anniversary. We are developing the education, health, domestic health care, ensuring the health of the population. I'd like to express my gratitude to our veterans. They are all present here today in the hall. Their commitment to profession is the foundation of our success and the example for the growing professionals, for the growing generation. Dear colleagues, I am sure that these 2 days of conference will be quite interesting and productive because the issues that are being raised are very relevant. They are global. We'll be discussing the issues, not only the clinical aspects, but also the preschool education, artificial intelligence, IT technologies, new innovations. Therefore, dear colleagues, I wish all of you success, well-being, and I would like to express my gratitude to today's speakers, Akmaral Sharipovna, Bakhat Rustemovich, Alexei Vladimirovich, Mr. Skender Sela. Thank you very much. I wish all of you best of luck, health, well-being, and in every family. Thank you. Distinguished guests, we express our gratitude to kind words, for your warm words. Please kindly be seated in the hall.
Құрметті қатысушылар, конференцияның салтанатты бөлігі.
Distinguished participants, the official ceremony is now declared closed. We are about to start the practical part of our conference to discuss a range of issues, including medical ethics, innovations, and reports will be presented. We kindly invite all of you to be part of those discussions. The conference is now declared open.
Құрметті әріптестер, пленарлық отырыстың құрметті модераторларын сахнаға шақырамыз. Доктор медицинских наук, ассоциированный профессор, советник директора по общим вопросам больницы медицинского центра Управления делами президента Республики Казахстан Кисикова Сауле Дюсебековна.
Доктор медицинских наук, профессор, заместитель директора по стратегическому развитию науки и образования больницы медицинского центра Управления делами президента Шаназаров Насрулла Абдулаевич.
Candidate for Medical Sciences, Associate Professor, Chairman of the National Research Center of Healthcare Development, Автосалидат Кайырбекова, Кулкаева Гульнара Утепергенова. Distinguished moderators, the plenary session is now declared open. Please, the floor is given to you. We wish you all interesting and successful discussions. Dear moderators, the floor is now given to you. We wish you all active engagement and Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear plenary session participants. We welcome you at the plenary session of the International Scientific Practical Conference. Kindly allow me to represent my colleagues also moderating today's plenary session. Shanazarov Nasrullah Abdullaevich, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Academician of the National Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Tajikistan. Deputy Director on Strategic Development of Science and Education at the Hospital and Medical Center of the President's Affairs of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kulkaeva Gulnara Utipirgenova. Candidate for Medical Sciences, Associate Professor, Chairman of the National Scientific Center of Healthcare after Salidat Kairbekova, Ministry of Healthcare of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And myself, Kisikova Saulia Dusipekova, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Associate Professor, Advisor to the Head of the Medical Center of the President's Affairs Administration of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The work of the plenary session is now declared open. Dear colleagues, our session is very promising. I suggest to refer the Q&A session at the end of the session. Dear colleagues, do you have any proposals, suggestions regarding the agenda? If no, kindly allow me to proceed to the presentations and reports. The topic of the first is the innovation standards, safety of patients, DNA of a contemporary clinic. Karabayeva Roshan Jumartovna is invited, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Associate Professor, Deputy Head on Treatment of the Medical Center at the President's Affairs Administration. Astana, please, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear guests and colleagues. Good morning. On behalf of the Medical Center of the Presidential Affairs Administration, I welcome you on the National Scientific Conference devoted to the 95th anniversary of our system. Medical Center of the Presidential Affairs Administration is a multidisciplinary scientific cluster providing a full cycle of medical services, introducing innovative technologies, integrating principles of the integration of clinic, education, and science. The hospital meets requirements of the standards of Kazakhstan and 4 times has confirmed compliance with international standards in the quality and security, safety of patients, according to Joint Commission International. Medical cluster composes of 9 divisions that have about 40 provided with the state-of-the-art equipment. Results of the clinical practice provides the work of 14 multidisciplinary centers represented on the slide. The hospital is remarkable with high scientific clinical potential. We have 2 academicians, 13 doctors of medical sciences, 33 candidates for medical sciences, 10 PhD degree holders, and 45 MBA degree holders. Our specialists implement sophisticated operations and treat very complicated cases throughout Kazakhstan. The diagnosis of very rare and sophisticated diseases are implemented by our hospital. The processes, the high demand of the quality provides, our center provides the full-fledged treatment. In our clinics, all processes are based on the policy of patient safety, including identification analysis and risk management. Since 2025, the register of risks include 141 risks, 6 of which are in red zone, 54 in orange zone, 63 in yellow, and 18 in green zone. We are constantly implementing measures to minimize and mitigate them and control those risks. Safety culture of our center is a systematic process. Includes formulary commission, commission of infection control, commission on studying the lethal cases, and technical commission. All of this is based on the policy of quality. One of the system-making processes is the pharmaceutical safety, which is the fifth reason of During the last 3 years, the system of pharmaceutical safety helped us to prevent 4,408 medical errors and mistakes, and 1,520 at the level of therapy monitoring. 210 of cases of established in 2016, the Clinical Pharmacology Department and subsequently its module within the Medical Information System handles not only the centralized preparation of medication under aseptic conditions, but also ensures the rational and efficient use of pharmaceuticals, reduces polypharmacy, and importantly helps decrease overspending and optimize the hospital's resources. 3 implemented programs contribute to these results: rational use of antibiotics, safe use of anticoagulants, polypharmacy in clinical practice. The evolution is presented on the slide. The preventive ideology of infection control is based on the registration and accounting of healthcare-associated infections, analysis of morbidity, assessment of and prevention of epidemiological and infectious risks. The Infection Control Service works in close cooperation with the microbiology laboratory, providing physicians with quarterly data and on the analysis of epidemiologically significant flora and its antimicrobial susceptibility. The slide presents the chronology of the development of the infection control system integrated with the work of other committees, enabling the minimization of infectious risks within the hospital. The hospital also manages high-risk processes such as surgical safety, sepsis, patient falls, and medical therapy. Each risk has an assigned owner and action plan and efficient metrics. Every error and realized risk is analyzed and used for further staff training. The introduction of digital technologies is now an integral part of the healthcare system. The medical center hospital has implemented the following systems: Voice2Med, ASPAN, and IMFIS, as well as mobile application, a telemedicine system, building management system. The updated version of the GCI standards to be implemented starting in 2025 places significant emphasis on the global impact of the environment and ecology on human health. The systematic work of the medical center hospital's engineering team has contributed to reducing electricity consumption, heat energy usage, liquid fuel consumption, as well as water use and water supply volumes. The integral part of implementing quality and patient safety standards is enhancing staff competencies. The slide presents the competency maturity pyramid, illustrating progression from awareness to expertise as a key component of the safety culture. Thus, a reliable modern clinic represents a symbiosis of culture, standards, and innovation where safety is a way of thinking and working. Standards serve as the structural framework, innovation accelerates improvement, and leadership drives continuous advancement of the system. Dear colleagues, today the medical center is a clinic where quality, safety, and innovation merge into a unified culture of trust. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Roshan Jumart. Now, would you kindly stay for a minute, please, on behalf of the organizers? Please receive this certificate and a letter of appreciation. Distinguished colleagues, the topic of our second report is National Hospital Heritage, Achievements and Perspectives. We kindly invite Bralov Askar Genedovich, doctor, PhD, MBA, and head of the National Hospital Medical Center of the President Affairs of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Almaty City. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to be present here, and on behalf of the team of the National Hospital, I would like to congratulate all of you with this anniversary, with the 95th anniversary. These significant milestones reflect a huge and rich history, commitment of the veterans. During many years, medical organizations, including the infrastructure of Medical Center of the President's Affairs Administration, have been contributing to the development of the national health care, advancing the medical technologies, and improving the quality of healthcare services to the population. Today, I'd like to talk about the National Hospital, to talk about heritage, achievements, and further perspectives. National Hospital is the very first institution where we've developed the standards of the quality and trust. The history starts back in 1929 when the first institution was opened for the workers of Sovnarkom. The further development was constantly connected to the development of healthcare in Kazakhstan. In 1946, the organization had a new name. Back then, the marked the start of the new stage. New directions were being developed. In 1994, the hospital was renamed Central Clinical Hospital of the President's Affairs Administration and moved from a closed institution format. During this time, we actively developed the surgical service, and starting from 2023, the hospital started working as a joint stock company, and then it turned into National Hospital of the President's Affairs Administration. National Hospital became the symbol of professionalism, responsibility, and individual approach to every patient. Here, during many years, state and officials and representatives of our culture and scientific areas have been treated in these very hospitals. Since very early stages of the establishment, the demands were very high, the requirements were very high. The doctors of this hospital previously used to work in Leningrad. Consultants were very prominent professors like Bakal, Sganov, Steblov, Malinin, and others. Preserving centuries-old traditions and professional heritage, National Hospital today gathers and unites the very best doctors and professionals countrywide, and we're very proud of our team that continue their professionalism and commitment to our work. We try our best to preserve our heritage and continuation. We have the veterans and mentors. In March, the Council of Youth Specialists was established that provides the establishment experience exchange. This year, the third conference of the youth will take place, and that will be organized by the National Hospital. Today's image of the National Hospital includes 11,000 patients being treated annually, and the surgeries, including the high-tech. And the fact is that 70% of these patients are people over 60 years old. Moreover, we have annually more than 600 foreign patients from China, Turkey, Germany, CIS countries, etc. Also, our hospitals are at the forefront of technology transfer. Our doctors have visited 14 regions of our countries. 159 masterclasses, seminars were implemented. Over 1,000 consultations were implemented. The masterclasses are being carried out throughout the country. National Hospital continues its development and is open for international cooperation. On the basis of the National Hospital, we have several divisions: the neurosurgery center, center of gerontology, center of Parkinson's disease treatment. The results of our doctors are very remarkable. We've activated the work and interaction with the doctors, cardiologists at the clinics. We organize roundtables, seminars, conferences. National Hospital is proud of its achievements based on traditions. Since 2011, we are verifying the highest accreditation in the national accreditation, and we are the very first in Almaty that has achieved the national GCI accreditation. The scientists and doctors of our hospital have twice awarded the national awards in science and technology. And we were also the very first to introduce innovation. We are now creating our future based on the decree on August 2023. A decision was made to liquidate the central clinic hospital and establish a national hospital. The date of the establishment of National Hospital is deemed the 17th October of 2023. We were the very first medical institution of Kazakhstan that turned from a joint stock company into a RES. We faced certain challenges indeed. The growth of workload, the necessity to repeatedly achieve the license and accreditation. Nevertheless, we go to preserve our staff, our personnel, and to keep the trust of our patients. And all the costs were covered by ourselves without attracting any state funding. We're planning to construct a new complex of the National Hospital, including the reconstruction of the existing buildings in Almaty city. The future of our National Hospital includes new opportunities and expected results, such as introduction of international standards in treatment, creation of diagnostic hubs, creation of simulation centers, development of medical tourism, enhancing international cooperation and providing a high technological multidisciplinary medical services, improving the quality of medical services, and we can go on and go on, the list can go on, which is our goal. Dear colleagues, we are about to congratulate ourselves with the 100th anniversary soon, and hopefully that will be in a very new building. And I believe that by preserving the heritage and appreciating the present, we are creating future. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you very much. Please do receive this certificate and letter of appreciation on behalf of the organizers. In continuation of our session, I'd like to provide the floor to Gusarov Vitaly Gennadievich, Doctor of Medical Sciences, the head of the Reference Center of Healthcare Russia. Dear colleagues, first and foremost, kindly allow me to express my gratitude to organizers for the invitation. and the opportunity to be on the Kazakh land and represent my organization in such a essential conference. I will talk about this practice is deemed as the best in Russian Federation. So I'd like to share with you. I think that this auditorium to talk about the problem of global. I think everyone is quite aware of the issue of resistance. But if we talk about the antibiotics resistance that is not to the same extent as the. Nevertheless, if we look at the hospital, it represents an ocean of antibiotics resistance, unfortunately, where our patients are being drowned, and sometimes it's very hard for us to help them. We face the antibiotics resistance issue, especially the growth of this resistance and the negative results in 2010, when patients emerged with the infections that derive from this resistance, and we were not introducing any intensive therapy, and constantly we were facing the negative result in most of the cases. And in 2011, we were already on the threshold of free antibiotic era. We had about 22,000 patients, 15,000 surgeries. The costs were huge for the procurement of antibiotics, about 50 million rubles per year, and we were getting closer to the situation when our organisms were very extremely resistant to those antibiotics. And if we faced the bacteria with K pathogens, every second patient unfortunately was diseased. And we've introduced the antimicrobial stewardship program. This is what they're called in foreign countries, and in our country this is called SCAD, the Strategy of Control of Antimicrobial Therapy. And we believe that this program is in order to prevent successful access to therapy to everyone who needs this therapy. This is the key principle of this program. Looking at the key elements of AMS, these include multidisciplinary team of specialists that engage in the effective use of pharmaceuticals, and this group should be headed by a leader, someone who is deemed the administrator of the hospital, who has experience and administrative resources. This also includes the development of efficient microbiological diagnosis, because these lab tests are the key that help to implement the monitoring of antibiotic resistance. We should also have the strategy to restrict the use of antibiotics and the control. This undoubtedly demands educational trainings for all the levels of medical personnel, including the internal audit of such programs. Undoubtedly, at the introduction stage, we had certain doubts and prejudices at all the levels on behalf of doctors who said, if you deprive us of antibiotics, we will have higher level of deaths or lethal cases. And then the head of the hospitals would also question whether we should contribute and provide certain costs on labs if they are not returning any costs back. But as of today, all of these prejudices have dispersed. This is how the program introduction looks like at Pirogov Center, a 12 years run program, and it includes a range of events devoted to the resistance, antibiotic resistance. Let's talk about every element separately. In our practice, we use protocols of empirical antimicrobial therapy. It is being updated on annual basis. We use such elements like when the doctor checks and then corrects the therapy, and we also use the cases when the doctor consults with the certain specialist in microtherapy. This allowed us to decrease the consumption of antibiotics more than 3 times. The antibiotic consumption was reduced, despite the fact that we observed the annual growth in the patients being treated in our hospitals. If we look at the structure of antibiotics consumption, the cephalosporin of the first and second generation grew. But in the meanwhile, 10-12 times has decreased the consumption of carbapenem, antigram plus. If we look at the cephalosporin of the third and fourth generation, which unfortunately used to have the leading role previously, now it has reduced significantly. We've also reduced the consumption of carbapenems. The consumption was significantly exceeding for our hospital before we introduced this program. Undoubtedly, the decrease of using these pharmaceuticals this shows the indexes of the resistance to the pathogens like Baumannii, aeruginosa, pneumonia. You see that annually this index is being reduced. Contemporary microbiological lab, I will reiterate myself, is the key division that provides the opportunity to implement these programs. On certain stage, we almost lost our lab, and we were seriously thinking about outsourcing the laboratory services, but hopefully we were able to save and to preserve this lab, and we've proved to our head that we cannot assess the revenue only based on the services provided by the lab, because this division works to implement the infectious safety. Since 2019, we are actively implementing the methods of molecular diagnosis, the patient diagnosis, and the implementation of this method helps us to create a protocol of empiric antimicrobial therapy based on PCR, where you see it based on the diagnosis of these or that genes of resistance. A specific scheme is developed in order to cope with this or that type of resistance, and that is called target antimicrobial therapy. And this term is now used in antimicrobial therapy, but it used to be widespread in cancer treatment. What has this approach allowed us to do? First of all, the de-escalation has increased twice. We've increased the number of our patients twice, and the de-escalation deadlines have decreased by 2 days. What does it mean, 2 days of therapy? If we look and recalculate the number of days per year, in 2024, this allowed us to reduce 146 days of antimicrobial therapy using these schemes, and the antimicrobial therapy helped a lot. In the meanwhile, dear colleagues, the lethal effects, especially as you see, has not increased. So the restriction of antibiotics, contrary, led to the reduction of lethal cases and reduced the time of the patients, time that they spend at the hospital. Efficient infection control, it is not enough to reduce the the consumption of antibiotics. It is also necessary to prevent the spread of those stamms. And we have a range of measures, including the hand hygiene, the cohort and contact isolation of patients with resistant microorganisms, including trainings. We provide trainings and provide microbiological monitoring in which helps us to, especially with regards to such a things like Sanitobacter. In our hospital, that was reduced by 3-4 times. Sanitobacter at the moment is met quite rarely, even with patients that have infections, even at the reanimation. This led to the reduction of every 5th or 6th case, and this the 9 days, the lethal cases were also reduced. The evolution of approach to training. If previously we used to talk about the conferences and the comprehensive training for everyone, we now focus on the education of certain representatives of the teams, and we are focusing on the doctors. We're discussing specific clinical cases and discussing the algorithms of treatment, and this brings more efficiency while introducing antimicrobial stewardship in our hospital, and not only in our hospital. Talking about the economic efficiency of the program, actually, we've decreased the cost by 25 million rubles, and we've saved 25 million rubles in 12 years while introducing this program. Looking at the structure of costs, it seems like the most effect was supposed to be brought by expensive antibiotics, but we may gain the main effect by reducing the carbaphenems. But if we look at the antigram plus, cephalosporin, and of the 3rd and 4th generation that are traditionally non-expensive antimicrobial pharmaceuticals, the economic effect was the reduction of these very cheap antimicrobial pharmaceuticals. And these helped us to put in order the work is of the huge team. Not everyone is present on this very slide, and using this opportunity, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of our team who does this work on a daily basis at Pirogov Center. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Vitaly Gennadievich, for sharing your experience, and on behalf of the organizers, we would like to give you the certificate and letter of appreciation. Dear colleagues, the work of the plenary session continues. We kindly invite Sharipovna Saule Fazilovna, DBI, the head of Center Epidemiological Expertise of the Medical Center of the President Affairs Administration, to report on the development of laboratory services in Kazakhstan.
Good morning, dear colleagues. It is an honor to present the strategic vision of the development of the modern laboratory as the key element of the system of safety and biological review the world facing global challenges from pandemic to biological risks. In this condition, the laboratory strategic center forming the healthcare of the nation and security of the planet. The goal is to ensure to have the best laboratories and innovative decisions, and includes the main areas to create the training programs and quality management systems, protection, creating networks to ensure emergency prepared and response, innovation, digitalization, protection of interests, partnership and leadership. The modern laboratory cannot be implemented without artificial intelligence and digitalization. With the use of AI, having such analysis of forecasting the diseases with the use of GS system, one of the key directions of the strategy is the compliance with international standards and formation of the cultures of zero flaws and multi-levels protocols of biosecurity. The partnership and between laboratories and supervisory authorities can help to have a national centers of sanitary and epidemiological expertise, veterinary sanitary laboratories and environmental laboratories. Also, the partnership with the private laboratories is very important. The modern laboratories is the intellectual center of the safety of the nation and the readiness to biological threats. That's why the main mission of our center includes the complex sanitary and epidemiological expertise within the global approach of this whole approach. The development of our center is connected with the 6 goals of the SDG, of UN SDG, and in the working group in governmental bodies and organization on 9 primary directions with 11 ministries. We have done work about the center and the law on the biological safety. Within the Amanat party, we have implemented the amendments to the support of the private interaction with the investigation institutions. In the center, there are 8 high-quality laboratories. It has international accreditation and included in the international expertise. It has the advanced equipment connected with industrial activity of the human, the effects to the emergence of the oncodiseases, and in relation of the law requirements in the ecology and the human body is vital. Our center has a reference laboratory status on biological safety, corresponds to the recommendation of. On the basis of this entity, we have a training center with international cooperation. More than 30 programs were developed on 14 directions. Center has international accreditation 1703 and provided to the protocol with the 5 countries of Central Asia in 2024 with the participation of 22 countries of European Union. The Toxic Informative Center was opened. This is the provider of tox-based center and contains the information and the planning of antidotes. Communication partnership of entity connected with international companies, businesses. The transparent interaction is ensured, and mass media. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Solia Faizulovna. We would like to give you also the certificate and letter of appreciation. Thank you. The floor is now given to Nancy Steed, Master of State Management, Head of Nursing Programs at the Nazarbayev University. The education of nursing services.
Much. It is such an absolute honor and a privilege to have been invited to present today. I could not be more proud of what we are accomplishing at Nazarbayev University School of Medicine with regards to improving nursing higher education and really bringing the workforce, as I will explain our programs, bringing the nursing workforce into our building, into our walls, and being able to share best practice. It's practice that's based on evidence, and we are just thrilled with our results, the number of graduates that we've had, and then what we're doing now in the future in launching a master's program. So let me just move to my next slide. So I have no disclosures. Every time you speak at a conference, you should give any kind of financial disclosures that you have. And I just want to emphasize I have no disclosures, except that as a speaker, I have, and as an educator, I have an extreme passion for teaching and a passion for making a difference. I'm board certified as a professional nurse development specialist, which means as a board certification, my area of concentration, my area of expertise is teaching nurses who are already working nurses and then developing them professionally. And I brought that with me when I came from Pittsburgh, the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, who was our strategic partner for getting our nursing programs started. It has been, yikes, Olga, it has been 8 years. I arrived in 2017 and to start the education programs for nursing, and it'll now be 8. Next year will be 9 years. So these two mugs are my, coffee is my motivation every morning, but my inspiration comes from these two mugs that I use for my coffee. The tall one was given to me when I was leaving Pittsburgh in 2017. It says, "Live bold and travel far." So going from Pittsburgh to here has been quite a journey. And then the smaller one that's in the pink, I absolutely love. This is my mission, is to do big things. And I think what our team of nursing faculty at the university, at the School of Medicine is doing are really doing big things in a big country. So why is nursing higher education just so very important? There is a lot of evidence, like we're all about research at Nazarbayev University, and one of our famous, I have a t-shirt that says, "Show me the evidence." So you always want to have evidence, you always want to have data to support your claims that nursing higher education is important and how it benefits patients. So this is a study, it's called RN, which stands for Registered Nurse, RN Forecast, like to forecast into the future what nursing should look like, what nurses at the bedside should look like, and what education they should possess to deliver evidence-based practice and top care. And we have a saying in research that says, you know, there's the importance of research basically for everything. Our American currency has, "In God we trust." But we say, "In God we trust," but everyone else has to show up with data, have to show up with evidence. So it is important to have the data to prove the importance of things like nursing higher education. So this is the RN forecast. It's research that was related to the association between nurse education levels and patient outcomes in the United States and around the world. This is a list, I didn't translate this, but this is a list of the decades worth of research that has given us the evidence, starting back in 1988. And you'll see in blue this one PhD nurse, Linda Aiken, who has led so many of these studies, not only in the US, but around the world and within Europe, to come up with this data. And basically, why you want to have a bachelor's degree is because of this 20 plus years of intensive international nursing research that has demonstrated with the data that patients do better in the hospitals when the nurse that is caring for you as the patient has a bachelor degree, they're bachelor prepared, or even higher. And when we talk about patient outcomes, what are better patient outcomes? We're talking about things that are related to nursing care. In the United States, we track events. There is what's called I didn't add this on the slide, but it's called the National Database of Nursing Quality Indicators. And these hospitals report patient care that's related to nurses, nursing care, such as patient falls, skin breakdown, patients who end up with Foley catheter infections, or as we've heard previously, if they have a ventilator-associated pneumonia, things that are related to good patient care. And what the data has shown is that that nurses who have the higher level of education, these patient care outcomes are much improved. So when we take a look at what these are, this all stemmed from a 2011 Institute of Medicine call for the future of nursing, and they wanted to promote, based on all of this evidence, that the U.S. should increase their bachelor-prepared nurses by 50 to 80% by the year 2020. We aren't there yet, but we're still working on that to the gold standard. The gold standard for nurses at the bedside is to have a bachelor's degree. So what the research has shown is that hospitals with higher percentage of nurses with baccalaureate or even higher degrees have had lower patient falls. So one nursing care indicator is patient falls. The data has shown that patients fall less frequently if your nurse is a higher education prepared nurse. So patient falls is one of them. Skin breakdown, there is less skin breakdown in the patients who are getting care from the higher educated nurses. There is less incidences of post-operative deep vein thrombosis. A risk after having a surgery is that you develop blood clots in your veins. Patients need to get up and moving much earlier than some hospitals do, but when you have nursing with higher education, they do this. They get the patients out of bed. There's less chances of you getting a deep vein clot. There is less mortality when you look at congestive heart failure. Nurses recognize congestive heart failure. They know how to support the patients, so there's less mortality rates in congestive heart failure patients. And then there's something that we call failure to rescue. What we mean by that is nurses are trained to recognize a patient who's in distress and to call for the help for the medical teams. We call them a code blue or a condition A, to get help when needed. That's called rescuing the patients. And when your patients are higher trained, higher education levels, there is less failure to rescue, meaning they recognize the patients earlier than normal. They recognize the patients are earlier in need of medical help and make those phone calls, get in touch with the physicians. And one of the important things, especially in the United States, is we always aim for shorter lengths of stays. It's better when your patients don't stay in the hospital longer than they need to. So we have shorter lengths of stays when you have higher prepared nurses. So what we're doing is we're advancing nursing practice through advancing nursing higher education in Kazakhstan. And some of the goals, when I got here in 2017, there was a comprehensive plan from the Ministry of Health from 2018 that really was trying to strengthen the nurses' autonomy and raising the level of the nurse to that of the physician so that they are a higher trained nurse. And they had set some goals for where they wanted the nurses in Kazakhstan, the number of nurses they wanted to be trained at higher levels, and this is what the goals were. They wanted to have 40,000 nurses with bachelor's degree by the year 2040. Currently, that's about 2,000. That goal is 2,000 per year. They wanted to have 500 masters prepared. That becomes 250, a goal of 250 per year. They wanted to have 400 PhD prepared, which is about a goal of 20 per year. And actually, this is what we have seen. These are the actual numbers that we have. On an average, there's only 100 academic bachelor degrees per year. This is the reality, and 10 master's graduates annually, and then the PhD is even lower. So we've got a lot of work to do to get to those goals. So why it's important is patient care is improved, as I mentioned through the study, the data. As a nurse, you can change practice. You are empowered to recognize what's evidence-based, what is not, and what do you need to change. Using the evidence in patient care, you can prevent those bad patient outcomes. And because in our program, you are doing research, you have to have a capstone to graduate. You're creating the evidence. So when we do our capstones, the nursing students are actually creating the evidence then to further patient care. One of the goals of Nazarbayev University is lifelong learning, so this supports the value of lifelong learning and that it also provides you with professional and personal development. And what our program looks like, we have a 2-year program that is an academic degree. It's 240 ECTSs. A unique feature is 120 ECTSs of that is awarded through what we call the REPEL policy, which is a recognition, it's the Bologna process, it's a recognition of prior learning and education. So you graduate with a total of 240 ECTSs, which is an academic degree. 4 semesters is easier to look at than 2 years. 4 semesters mean a fall and a spring, no summer, a fall and a spring, and then graduation. And we just launched in this fall our Masters of Science in Nursing. So this is what a student's life looks like in the first year. It's always 4 courses each semester, and highlighted in the bold font in the first year are the courses that are going to prepare the nurses for research. That's a big challenge for nurses, is to be able to read the literature and to conduct research. So we prepare them in the first year by having them go through a statistics course. That's followed up then in the spring by a research methods course. Then the second year, this prepares them for the year 2, and a lot of the focus of the second year is writing your capstone, developing a research topic and your capstone topic, and then in the spring of year 2 to complete the research, writing up your manuscript in order to graduate. So that's what our 2-year program looks like. Then we have launched our master's program, and similar to that. This is a 2-year program that's full-time, and it's taught in Russian, Kazakh, and English, as is our BN, our 2-year program. This is a very flexible schedule. We combine some classes in Thursdays and Fridays, late afternoon and evening, and Saturday lessons. There is this is international standard, so it's modeled after programs in the United States. It's a Master's of Science in Nursing and Clinical Nurse Leadership, meaning a nurse from any level of nursing, management, bedside nurses, clinic nurses, outpatient clinic nurses, radiology. Any nurse can go through this program and come out of it as a clinical nurse leader. Our education is based on the model and principles of competency-based education, which we are following with this program. And it just launched, as I said, we just launched our first cohort this fall. And please visit our website. Share this with your colleagues. Our portal for admissions for next year will be opening shortly. So just to summarize, we have at Nazarbayev University, our programs are premier. They are unique. We call them state-of-the-art, evidence-based nursing higher education programs. And again, it's based on international models of nursing education, that it's not only the US, but also European and other international models. What we're most proud about is our students get to use the simulation center. So we get to practice on mannequin patients when we're doing physical assessment, but we also get to practice on standardized patients, which are patient actors, if you will. So there's mannequins as well as patients. We practice on each other. The nursing students will practice on each other during physical assessment. And so our motto, my personal motto is teaching tomorrow's nursing leaders. Every Valentine's Day, this is a tradition we started where everybody wears red. We sit them on the steps at the School of Medicine in the shape of a heart and do our traditional heart photo from the heart of nursing. So we hope to see you in our programs. Please share this with your colleagues. If we have any nurses who are here, please follow up and look at our website. And one of my belief is we say knowledge is power, but my second statement is then believe in the power of nursing, because really with the power of nursing and the knowledge that you gain, we can make changes in Kazakhstan to patient care. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much for such a interesting, and please receive this certificate and letter of appreciation. Dear guests, we continue the work of the plenary session. Kindly allow me to give the floor to the next speaker, to the next speaker, Довойна Фирнур Нурланова, PhD. The president of the Center on Medical Technologies and Information Networks. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Medical Technologies and Information Networks Center is also the part of Medical Center of the Presidential Affairs Administration. We've been in the market for 27 years. Since 1998, we've been working in the field of education and healthcare and science. And starting from 2012, we provide training and education services. Medical Technologies, the CMTs is a contemporary organization that focuses on constant education and professional development, introducing technologies and state-of-the-art trends and results. CMTs today comprises 4 strategic directions. Including the training and education of medical staff, administrative staff, and providing digital solutions. Our main aim is the proper leadership of HR processes. In 27 years, CMTs has achieved several results, including 16,000 listeners of our trainings and lectures, 27 huge databases. We've been accredited. We've developed 20 programs. CMTs provides quality and state-of-the-art programs in medical training and education, and meets the requirements and international standards and requirements. We develop skills on decision-making in medical field. Our lecturers are PhDs, master and the mere doctors and the leadership. So we provide our programs, including management in healthcare, business and service and medicine, psychology and communication in medicine. CMTs, to all our colleagues that are present in our conference, we invite all of you to be part of our seminars. Today, we are also providing the relevant topics and programs for our colleagues to improve or develop competencies, to improve the existing competencies. We have about 70 programs and more than 6,000 specialists underwent training and education with us in 2020. If you'd like to know about new code, you may send your specialist to CMTs. We also have an information security systems, cyber security. We invite you to our center. Also, if you'd like to gain certificates on accounting, we also provide training on these topics. Dear colleagues, except for educational services, we also implement projects. We implement projects on HR projects to improve the corporate culture. We have several directions, several recommendations. For instance, if your employees want to improve their knowledge and skills in HR field, or build trust with your employees and with your personnel, we kindly invite you to go through these trainings, including the introduction of KPI. We can develop KPI to every single of your employee and make this process automated. We have all the necessary conditions to carry out this kind of educational programs. We are located exactly in this very President Center, so we can organize our seminars in this very building. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please do receive a certificate and letter of appreciation. Kulkayeva Gulnara Utipirgianna is kindly invited, the candidate of Associate Professor of the National Healthcare Center of the Solidat Kairbekuna, Ministry of Healthcare of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to congratulate you with the 95th anniversary, and I wish our center the more success and introduction of new technologies, innovation. The ways to develop the medical century health assistance. I'd like to highlight that today the ministry has developed the concept of healthcare development of Kazakhstan until 2029. And as you see, the development of the first sanitary assistance is also the key area. The accessible medical service and the family well-being is also in the core focus. There are 7 core: the access to equal and efficient access to quality medical health, and they should be at a dynamic. The development of the KPI system based on the value orientation. WHO defines the accessible medical services as the main component of the healthcare services. This slide shows the transformation. How did we introduce the general practice? Previously, it would only the GPs, but starting from 2011 as part of the Salamata Kazakhstan, we've introduced 1 doctor per 1,800 people, 3 medical nurses, 1 psychologist, 1 social worker for 10,000. But that changed in 2023. As of today, we have 12 million district doctors, 12 million people, 13,000 districts. In general, 1 GP normally is accompanied by 2 medical nurses. We've also provided the optimizations of the roadmap. We've organized the emergency help rooms, mobile teams, and also pediatric rooms. And we've defined competencies for both pediatricians and GPs that should work not only at the district, but be part of the group and provide the work of We've provided the pilot work of this order. And the patient's roadmap today starts with the meeting the nursing professional. She provides the monitoring, the dynamic observation. Therefore, the role of medical nurses today has expanded a lot. The introduction of planned appointment was introduced in order to provide timely medical assistance, medical help, to provide the accessibility of medical help. In the meanwhile, the medical nurse provides the appointment, calls the patients, and directs to lab tests. And today, the medical nurse also has a role of providing the nurse diagnosis. There is a list of diagnoses that a nurse can appoint, a nurse can define. In the meanwhile, if the dynamics is positive, the patient continues to stay with the nurse. If the dynamics is negative, then the patient is forwarded to the doctor. Recently, we've also approved the 37th order, which regulates the help at the hospital level. And the main thing in this order was to define the list of services Unfortunately, today the list is unified, and we had to define the barriers and deficiencies. The new order has delineated the services that are funded. The appointment is open for 60 days, according to the new order. And also, a person can be appointed to 3 specialists without the direction from the GP. Also, the new order has 7 addendums. There is a notion of planned appointment, a notion of standardized appointment, and the order 190/49 was also adopted. We've amended it a bit, and I'd like to say that today we are not connected to the diagnosis, but we are focusing on the patient's condition. And
considering the segmentation, it can be led frequently with the patients in the yellow and red zone, and it should be with the attractive multi-sentinel comments, and we function the medical personnel with accordance with the clinical protocol, and to prevent diseases. For monitoring, we implement the patients that within the screening they were diagnosed with the diabetes. 174th report was announced, and from this year we have amended the code, and all our patients will be going through with this full package. Within this screening, the detailed these services of cardiologist and endocrinologist was eliminated. Besides, from this year, we have implemented new screening on the early prevention of the brain blood circulation once or twice a year. Besides, dear colleagues, from this year, we have implemented the new component per capita that is directed to the assessment of the resultativeness. And today it's 7 indicators and 7 sub-indicators oriented on reducing the maternal and children fatality with the system of sugar diabetes and preliminary prevention of the tuberculosis. Extra bonuses of 5 minimum indicators. And I'd like to stop on that that we are changing our packages, and the volume of obligatory medical assistance. I want to say that not the volume of assistance not changing. It's standardized and will be by the principle of one diseases and will be in one package. Unfortunately, now we have the case that, for example, arterial hypertension is in the package of Globe ENP, goes through the package of obligatory medical assistance. That's why from 2026 these packages will be in this format. Besides, as you know, from 21st January 2027 the complex normative will be within the framework of mandatory medical assistance, and we're not restricting this assistance. In this package, it's reviewed to have the main screening. There will be from the package MSP will be within this Global PMP package, and all the necessary services for the prevention diagnostics will be considered in this package. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Gulnara Tepergenovna. As participants of this conference, we award you with the certificate and the letter of appreciation. The topic of the next report, the advanced preschool practice in the system of Karlagash. Gulshat Olambiakazı is invited, the director of the kindergarten Karlagash of the medical center. Good morning, dear colleagues. Let me, on behalf of the kindergarten Karlagash and on my behalf, to greet you and express gratitude for the interest for our conference. Today I have the honor to present you the philosophy of our kindergarten Karlagash, that for 15 years is operating, and intellectual leadership in the sphere of preschool education, established in 2019. We have gone through the way of to the 160 employees. The number of groups is increased to 36. Today, among our colleagues, there are certified experts of ACRES, authors of the programs and methodological programs. More than 2,000 children have obtained the experience of a meaningful childhood. We are proud that we are the first program of the Kazakhstan that have such certificates that corresponds to the high level of professional culture. From 2023, we also operate as the Center of Competency of the Ministry of Education. Scientific, methodological, pedagogical work is a key direction. The PASTAO program was introduced that has obtained the high estimation assessments. More than 65 methodological books were prepared. The work in this direction is continued. The teachers of Karlagash is actively participating in the life of the future teachers. It enables us to form the commitment to be the teacher. We pay special attention to creation of the subject developing environment. That is the space of the emotional, intellectual. We have sensorial rooms, libraries, national corners. Quantorium corresponds to all the standards of safety and comfort. Introduce the system of video assistance. The concept of the smart kindergarten is realized. Digital platform, digital kindergarten enables the effective communication. This year, the kindergarten was awarded with the high award, the best kindergarten 2025, and this is an indicator of the high public trust. The scientific magazine was introduced, the professional journalists to exchange experience in the sphere of preschool education. This magazine will be a platform for dialogue of scientists and managers striving to implement and to develop preschool education. Currently, the questions on the increasing the quality of the educational process. The creation of the comfortable conditions is the priority task of our kindergarten. We implement the virtual methodological room that will be a tool for the tutors, exchange of experience and the formation of the sole database. The memorandums were concluded with the universities of Kazakhstan with the bachelor's and master's degree programs. It enables us to integrate the science and the practice and enrich the scientific investigations. The special place is for the development of acceleration programs to the support of startups and new projects in the pre-educational systems. Their aim is to speed up the development to the level of the integration within the concept of 2025. The check-up investigations were broadened. The children of the preschool groups could have this ability, but now we have enriched this number. Nevertheless, we have the medical complex. The personnel has gone through the training program, so our specialists could correctly apply this equipment. Phytotherapy is a tea that we give to our children after they visit the pool. The child massage is about to be implemented. In parallel, the psychologists of the center on a regular basis conduct the diagnostics of children's mental health. Head of state emphasized that the human capital is the main strategic tool of the nation, and we need to form this from the very beginning, from the childhood, where they form the values. That's why the preschool education is the first stage of the preparation that can live and create in the sphere of AI. Scientific investigations reaffirmed that the first years of the child's life should be not as the element, but the strategic investment to the sustainability of the state, its economy and culture. Today, Kazakhstan is on the way of modernization. In this context, the development of the early childhood as the foundation of the human capital. It's time to have a unique system of coordination, scientific sphere that combines the education, healthcare, and social support of the children. 15 years of the activity of Karlagash is the years of the high mission. We see our task not only to bring, but to form the vision of the future generations. We are open to dialogue and partnership, cooperation for the sake of happy childhood. And thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly allow me to give you the certificate and letter of appreciation. The floor is now given to Joeva Olga Nikolaevna, Doctor of Medical Sciences, the Director of Institute of Professional Accreditation, Therapy, and Professor of the Russian University of Medicine, Vice President of the Russian Association on Preventing Cardiovascular Metabolic Syndrome. Distinguished colleagues, distinguished Presidium, allow me to kindly welcome you and congratulate you, and to express my gratitude for the opportunity, for the invitation, and also to congratulate the Medical Center of the President's Affairs Administration with the anniversary. I'd like to highlight that our interaction and our professional friendship is already has the history, and our doctors have already had a chance to undergo the internship, and we've exchanged educational practices between our organizations. I'd like to express my gratitude to Karabayeva Rushan Jomarovna for the opportunity of such an exchange in our practice, and hopefully our professional interaction will only grow and deepen in the therapy and medicine. I'd like to say that the problem of cardio-renal metabolic syndrome is not just a term, it's in our practice. And in 2024, the head of cardiology, Eugen Braunwald, said that we are moving from paradigm of cardiovascular diseases to cardio-renal metabolic pathology. Dear colleagues, we are shifting not only to new terms, but to new understanding, from reactive to preventive. We are striving to prolong the lives of our patients, and not only to prolong, but to make it more active and of better quality. And unfortunately, things like the sugar diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, they are interrelated closely. And this connection, dear colleagues, starts from the very beginning, from the factors of risks, and our attention to factors of risk such as hyperdynamic, obesity. These are not just trendy words. This is a modern trend that we should follow in order to provide the longevity and active life of our patients. So at this stage of cardio-renal metabolic syndrome, they start from the very beginning, when we only talk about the lack of factors of the risk. But such important modifications of a lifestyle, like proper eating, the physical activity, the healthy sleeping habits are very important. And the factor, this disease starts with such a problem of obesity. Obesity is not just the disruption in the eating habits or lack of activity. This is the one of the most important factors of infectious diseases that leads to metabolic. And we understand that the main reason of patients that lead to fatal is these cardiovascular problems, and ignoring this, we should not ignore these problems. And the earlier we start our active measures in order to combat these risks, the easier it will be for us to control all the factors of chronic non-infectious diseases. Therefore, in our center, we actively develop the introduction into the standard protocol, the trans-thoracic echocardiographic research, the evaluation of vascular fat tissue. It is very simple. It does not require certain technological requirements, technological needs. It can be provided by the echocardiological. But the definition of this tissue already helps us to understand what can happen with this patient, with the patient's vascular fat tissue, and including in them heart dynamics. The excessive tissue, the excessive amount of this fat tissue, as provided by the data of our center, of our scientific team, is directly connected to the function of the left pre-heart. But consequently, the fibrosis develops, and patients with the excessive tissue have the left atrium problems. People with obesity, we need to evaluate the left ventricle. Should be specifically evaluated, and this helps us to find out the pathological types of remodeling and to introduce corrective medical therapy. The BNP is the very first marker. But what is the problem? It's epidemiological research show that the BNP is excessively variable, and especially with the elderly patients, that already has cardiovascular metabolic syndrome, it is very different, not only based on the gender, but also based on age. And the problem of the NT-proBNP analysis problem is decreased with people with obesity. That's why sometimes we cannot quite correctly provide the diagnosis of the obesity. Please pay attention to the fact that diagnostic thresholds for the patients with the high level of NT-proBNP is principally different from depending on the age and it is important. The number of biomarkers that we today observe with the patients the obesity is also the process of chronic persistent inflammation. In the meanwhile, given the variability of biomarkers, given the various opportunities of the labs, we understand that not only biomarkers, but we need the multi-marker strategy in timely defining the cardiovascular diseases and cardiovascular metabolic syndrome with our patients. Therefore, the modern ultrasonic opportunities helps us in the shortest time possible to implement these diagnoses, and one of them is ultrasonic research of the lungs, and that was actively introduced during the pandemic 19. If we talk about the larger the stagnation by the larger that the VEXUS protocol, and we cardiologists that work with the chronic cardiovascular diseases, in order to define the systematic stagnation, we actively use this method, which also in shortest time possible helps us to make decision with regards to the intensification of medical therapy. I've also mentioned that we've taken this protocol from nephrologists because a multidisciplinary team, which Roshan Ramartovna mentioned, the interaction between specialists of various disciplines is the way to success. Our patients are not suffering only with the cardiovascular or the lung diseases. The patient needs we need a unified strategy for our patients with chronic non-infectious diseases, especially given the load of chronic disease of the kidneys that are being diagnosed. Unfortunately, most of them have very negative results, and the question is, do we have the opportunity to help these patients? Do we have any therapeutic strategies? Do we have a miracle pill that can not only provide the treatment but has a preventive effect that has and we do have this kind of pharmaceuticals. Initially, these pharmaceuticals we take from the endocrinology, but further we've seen to what extent the results are being improved and to what extent the longevity is increased with patients that have cardiovascular diseases with low fraction. And then we saw the same results with the patients with the same fraction of emission. These are our stable patients with cardiovascular metabolic syndrome. And also we've observed the improvement of the kidney function. That is a smart pill, a smart solution that affects all the aspects of cardiovascular metabolic syndrome. The first one was all the research was based on this medicine, and it was we were able to use it from the early stages, and we can use this medicine in all age categories. And based on preserved research, we see that this was the very first medicine that proved its efficiency when it comes to the forecast with the patients with the cardiovascular disease. It starts working literally straight away from the day 18, which means the earlier we appoint this Jordan's medicine to our patients, the more positive the forecast for our patients will be. This medicine decreases the repeated. We know that for the elderly patient, every single hospitalization is the risk of increasing the thromboembolic problems, and in order to stop any repeated hospitalization is the key task for them. Improving the kidney function. Today, this is a unique, a proven medicine that improves the function of kidneys and improves the quality and longevity of our patients. Therefore, we are developing contemporary preventive strategies to improve the quality of life and longevity of our elderly patients, and we choose the optimal medicine. And the effects of Jordan's medicine has been proven in real clinical practice, and we observe that this medicine has a unique function of the reverse remodeling of myocard. The geometry of the left atrium is improved. Therefore, distinguished colleagues, today as part of my lecture, I'd like to highlight the contemporary relevant problems of chronic non-infectious diseases, cardiovascular metabolism syndrome, and the strategy of increasing the longevity of our elderly patients. But not only the longevity, but also the quality of life. Therefore, dear colleagues, we need to change our approaches, including in the diagnosis. We should not ignore state-of-the-art diagnostic trends and opportunities that are provided by instrumental diagnosis, including the echocardiography, and we should actively integrate them into our clinical practice. And when it comes to medicine, the modern medicine do meet our requirements. I thank you for this opportunity to thank you. Thank you very much, Olga Nikolaevna, for such an informative presentation. Please receive this certificate and letter of appreciation. We shall continue, and I kindly give the floor to Jon Kujon, professor of the St. Mary Hospital Institute of Translational Research and Molecular Imaging, Seoul St. Mary Hospital. Please, the floor is yours.
Dr. John from the Yeouido St. Mary Hospital in the South Korea. I'm talking about a new treatment of the strategy for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. As you know, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is so many subtypes, so I'm just focused on the diffuse large B-cell subtypes. And then you can see that this picture is kind of the very busy, but it's history of the immunotherapy of the major breakthrough introducing the FDA approvals. It's simplified this picture. It's the 1960 period is a kind of the chemotherapy-based treatment options. But the 1997, we made it imatinib for the CML, is a BCL2 blockers, is a start of the immunotherapies. And then after that, immune checkpoint inhibitor is in 2014, we developed it, pembrolizumab and Keytruda drugs. It is kind of the T cells treated cancer cells. And then we paste on the CAR T and bispecific agent, kind of the T cell. You know, it's a T cell kill the cancer cells. So we disclose, we have the breakthrough point of these all around the world. And it's a very specific picture of the kind of the textbook of the pathophysiologist, lymphoma area. So you can see that this picture's title's picture. So 1994 is a very simple. It's a real classification. It's a morphology in the immunohistochemistry basis diagnostic tools we used. But 2008 and in the recent years we can figure it out in the morphology and the species, gene, and NGS-based treatment, nanostrings. It's a kind of the very high technique tools you use the diagnosis tool for the lymphoma diagnosis for. And this is large B-cell lymphomas in the treatment algorithm. The first line setting is we really wanted to R-CHOP-based treatment is the first line option. And the second is kind of the deeper from the patient's relapse patterns. Under the 12 months patient, we got the CAR T or bispecific agent. And over the 12 months relapsed patient, we got a first line option is the auto stem cell transplant. And in patients of the ECOG status is very low, or old age patients do not available to the auto stem cell transplant. In their cases, we adapted of the CAR T therapy. The third line is more important and it's kind of the warfield. The bispecific CAR T is very the translational treatment. And then after relapse of this new treatment option, we got an allo stem cell transplant or small molecules or pill drugs. It's a very well-known, overall treated clinical trial of the bispecific antibodies development in diffuse large B-cell lymphoma patient. The first line and second line, third line is all of the 4 types of the bispecific antibodies we used in clinical trials. So is current of the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma treatment landscapes. You can see the first line, we have the R-CHOP, is a kind of the chemo-based immunotherapy. And the second line is the chemotherapy versus and the CAR-T, or bispecific, or auto stem cell transplant is available to specific patients. The third one is kind of the definitely CAR-T and bispecific. And the other ADC, CDC drug is the another option for third line settings. So, you know, the hematologic doctor's aspect, the first line is bispecific, the second line is CAR-T or bispecific, and the third line is definitely CAR-T is for patient. So, as you can see, the second line is kind of the warfield. The second line is auto stem cell transplant, CAR-T, bispecific. Three types of treatment option is challengeable to in specific patients subgroups. This is the regimen has failed to improve the R-CHOP in the first line diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. The settings is very well known the global clinical trial, but the Goya and the Robust and Phoenix trial is make the more the bispecific rituximab is enhancing treatment option, and another chemotherapy is intensified chemotherapy option is the right side of the picture, CARGB trial and R-CHOP 21 trial, but all of the trial is failed. So, you know, real world is we just use the first line setting is R-CHOP is the best option for all around the, in all around the world. This is the statistics for relapsed refractory diffuse large B-cell presentation topics by the major academic meetings in recent years. ASH meetings 2024 is American Society of Hematology. As you can see, the Venn diagrams, it shows the bispecific or CAR-T is the main topic of these last year meetings. You know, also EHR, European Hematology Association's meetings is very similar to the ASH meetings. And the ASCO last year's is very similar to ASH and EHR conference meetings. So we can talk about, you know, real-world patient relapse settings. CAR-T and bispecific is the main major role in the patient treatment options. It's a new drugs for novel agent for diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. It's four subclasses. First is monoclonal antibodies, and the tapastamab, and the second is ADCC drugs, the polatuzumab vedotin, and the third class is the CAR-T, and the other oral agent is the first class. I'm talking about the CAR-T of the third class of the drugs on today. This is on my opinion. The 2020, I'm regularly participating in the ASH meetings every year. 2022, I feel like the CAR-T is the main role of this meeting, but 2023, CAR-T is more decreased, and compared to the bispecific agent, more increased of the 2023 meetings. Last year meetings, CAR-T and the bispecific is very considerable and constant of the treatment option in all relapsed refractory B-cell lymphoma treatment option. And interesting point is auto stem cell transplant and allogeneic stem cell transplant is more re-violated in 2024 because after CAR-T or bispecific agent failures, next treatment option is kind of the stem cell transplant. This is CAR-T cells, just 50 to the 100 milliliters, very, very small packaging of the cell dose. It's my patient's CAR-T cells. It's a CAR-T cell structural cell manufacturing in process. First, the chemotherapy is the basis on the chemical things, but CAR-T is made from the patient's live cells. So first, the leukapheresis from the patient's blood, and the antibody, the coated and the T cell activation, and modified the T cell expansion, and the purified and qualified and the T cell, and the packaging of the previous pictures, and the infusions return back to the patient, the infusion of the patients in the bodies. She is the Emily Brunt or Emily Whitehead. She is the first patient of the CAR-T from the clinical trial. So he got a diagnosis with ALL, the pediatric ALL. So, but he remained just ripe for 3 months. At that time, the CAR-T clinical trial added on to Emily White-Brunt. After that, 1 year survival free, and 3 year, 5 year, and then 10 year cancer-free survival. And she was cured, and she made the Emily White-Brunt Foundation for the in near future CAR-T or B-cell lymphoma patients. It's a wonderful treatment option for next generations. T-cell is a very interesting cell in the normal bodies. T-cell is recognized cancer cells. So NK cell and the T-cell or T-cell like cells attack the cancer cell. But in patients of the cancer patients, the T-cell was not fully active in the body, and or T-cell count is very smaller than healthy donors. So we concept of this treatment option. So immune is divided two parts: innate, adaptive immunity. So CAR-T makes two types of immunity, the concepts. This is the microscopic viewpoint. White cell is a normal T cell, and the yellow cell is a cancer cells. You can see that T cell is attached to the cancer cell, and the drilling of the surface of the cancer cell and the lysis of the cancer cell, like these pictures. So we generated the CAR-T. How to generate CAR-T is right side is the T cell is normal T cell, but T cell is very weak. So the human makes the chimera on the T cell's surface. Like the right side of the CAR-T is very strong soldier, and lots of the weapons of the like these pictures. So the microscopic pictures, it says, you can see that CAR-T has lots of the weapon of the steps on the sword on the surface of the T cell, so attack to the cancer cells like this. So CAR-T is, you can see that for CAR-T we have developed it of the 5th generation of the improved this advantage. So Kymriah is by the Novartis, is the 2nd generation, and we have the 1st generation is in real commercial field, but first generation is a kind of the clinical trial we add on. It's a summary of the CAR-T, the concept. The auto stem cell CAR-T is first is the source of the CAR-T is a patient's blood, and the T cell engineering T cell and expansion of T cell return back to patient, infusion, and the activation is killing the cancer cells. So, it is not the chemical things, it's just a ribose cell. And so CAR-T is a unique adverse event, such as hyperimmunity, so-called the cytokine storms, the CRS, and it also through the brain, the brain edema is a kind of the ICANS is a kind of the second most important advanced event of the CAR-T or bispecific cell therapy-based treatment options. The CRS is a kind of the very flu-like symptom, the fever, hypertension, muscle ache, like this. So 92% of the patients who received the CAR-T therapy has a CRS patient. So 3 months of the CRS is very simple. It's antibiotics and steroid therapy, like this. So tone down of the immune reaction of the important treated CAR-T CRS, CAR-T-related CRS symptoms. So you can see that IL-6 blocker is a kind of the anti-inflammatory drugs. And so, patient with the CRS patient, we add on to IL-6 blocker tocilizumab. It makes the restored immune system, so calm down of the patient's symptoms. It's very important and good strategy for the CRS for the CAR-T treatment option. Another important and the lethal adverse event is ICANS. ICANS is kind of the brain edema. It's like the brain impact or the hemorrhage like the symptoms. So it's a summary of the adverse event of the CAR-T-related symptoms. The ICANS is the seizure, as the diplopia, the change of the conscious, The tremor dyskinesia is a kind of, so the first detection of the eye cancer of the CRS is the important, and so add-on to steroid and anti-inflammatory drug is important to patients' treatment option and patients' life song. This is 4 types of the CAR-T by the approved, the X-cell, the Bruce cell, iso-cell, the T-cell cell, but in real world and in all around the world, and the T-cell cell and the X-cell is very popular in the CAR-T. It's a second generation, the first generation CAR-T is a T-cell cell and X-cell, each subtypes. And the BCMA CAR-T is a kind of for the multiple myeloma patients. So this is based on the pivotal anti-19 CAR-T, JUMA-1 and Juliet. The Transcend trial is very well known, the pivotal trial based on the CAR-T. As you can see, the bottom line of this table, CL rate is half of a patient to CL, and the overall response rate over the 80% of patient. But this patient is a very relapse refractory setting, so he just remained, the lifetime is just 3 months to 6 months patient. After CAR-T is cure rate is very high than any other the conventional treatment options. So this graph is overall survival data, and it's very important things. The JUMA-1 is a CAR-T trial. The SCOLA-1 is a conventional treatment option, not CAR-T. You can see that graph shows that survival, the possibility is very high, two times of the higher than any other conventional treatment. So in these cases, patients in relapse refractory settings, CAR-T is the best option for saving the patient's lives. So the CAR-T manufacturing, the big pharma is advanced. Another treatment option is not a third line option. The second line option is CAR-T was treated with clinical trials. You can see that JUMA-7 transformed the Belinda trial is the second line CAR-T clinical trial. You can see that second line is also the CAR-T is more effective to the patient than any other the conventional chemotherapies. So JUMA and another CAR-T is not available to the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, but another B-cell is also the CAR-T is available and good therapeutic option. For example, the follicular lymphoma, marginal lymphoma, and mantle cell lymphoma is also the CAR-T is a very important option for the patients. This data is kind of the follicular lymphoma specific CAR-T data. You can see that very good patient's survival outcome. Is another jump up technique and scientific concept in lymphoma treatment in near future. And we have currently have the clinical trial about another CAR-based treatment option. The CAR-T is based on the auto stem cell transplant, but the alpha and the alpha series is allogenic stem cell, allogenic based CAR-T. So and another, the YTB 323 is very quick, the turnover time and turnaround the time CAR-T. So it's a kind of the very high-end, higher level of the scientific basis. The treatment option is clinical trial ongoing in the world. This is my patient's cases. She is 40 years old female. He got a very simple diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, and the IPI scoring is a low-risk patient. Definitely, I first line treatment of the R-CHOP, and he got a CL, followed by the radiation therapy. After 1 year after he relapsed the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, and then I treated with the second line chemotherapy, but also he relapsed, so I decided the CAR-T therapy. You can see that patients' cancer tumor, the reasons. You can see that any other conventional treatment options, if she got a left breast, you still have the cancer cells. After CAR-T, right side of the picture, there disappeared the CAR-T tumor cells. So she got the still ongoing the CL. The mini summary of this slide. So the historical concept of the immunotherapy is very developed in the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. So current treatment strategy is a kind of the transplant eligible or non-eligible basis treatment option we decided. And the comparative data CAR-T bispecific is important in real-world data, so we compare the two types of the cell-based treatment option, which one is best or which one is the treatment option is more best. We struggling about the sequence of the treatment options. So this is my last slide of the major treatment pathway relapse refractory setting of the 2025. CAR-T is kind of, I think, that expanded the treatment option in near future, and the personalized treatment option is very important to relapse refractory setting as B-cell lymphoma patients. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your informative presentation. Please receive the letter of appreciation and certificate. Dear colleagues, the topic of our next report is the surgical service of the Hospital Medical Center of the President Affairs Administration of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the contemporary the existing contemporary state and future prospects. Berik Talgatovich, the head of medical service of the medical center. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for your attention. A little bit of history. On the left part, the reconstructed surgical unit that was opened based on the initiative of the President's Affairs Administration. It includes 15 beds, 9 surgeons, and then 1 or 2 surgeons for each sector, for each division. And then starting from 2015, the number of beds were expanded, 180 beds on 11 profiles, including the old unit included 2 surgery halls, surgery rooms. About 700 surgeons were implemented during 1 year, and 1 reanimation bedrooms were provided. Today, they have 10 surgery rooms, 12 surgery halls, smart halls, 2 hybrid halls, 4 angiographs, and the Sensus robotic system. Annually, we implement 1,300 patients in organ and nodal diseases. Implemented master classes on functional endoscopic sinus surgery. On a daily basis, we provide the master class on minimally invasive endoscopic tymplanoplasty techniques have been introduced. Modern techniques for prenasal sinus surgery have been introduced. In 2024, 1,700 endoscopic nasal procedures were performed. The use of minimally invasive endoscopic procedures significantly reduces hospital stays. The average hospital stay has been reduced from 5 to 2-3 days. Laser technologies are widely used in ear, nose, and throat surgery. On average, about 1,000 surgeries are implemented in about 200 surgeries using robotics. The conversion rate is up to 0.5%. The department offers a full range of surgical procedures on abdominal organs and endocrine organs, including laparoscopic obesity surgery, mini gastric bypass, and radical mastectomy for breast cancer with simultaneous reconstruction using implants is also available. In 2015, 5,000 surgeries were implemented. Since 2015, minimally invasive knee and hip replacement techniques have been introduced. Many masterclasses on robotic joint replacements have been successfully held, and we plan to introduce this technology on a fee-paying basis. We actively support the Republic until revision surgeries after joint replacement surgery at other clinics in the country and neighboring countries. After the opening of the trauma department, 100% of patients after joint replacement surgery spent the first 24 hours in the intensive care unit receiving blood transfusions. Per year, there are 500 arthroscopic procedures are performed. Early rehabilitation for patients on the day of surgery has been implemented, as well as second-stage rehabilitation program in the treatment building, which positively impacts recovery times. Urology, along with traditional surgeries, including endoscopic ones, laparoscopic reconstructive surgeries are performed on the urinary tract. Bladder-plastic surgery using a segment of intestine, urethral plastic surgery for structures using a mucosa graft. Annually, in proctology, high technology methodologies are being used. For instance, the HAL-RAR is used for de-arterialization of the area using a device with a built-in Doppler ultrasound navigation system and the ability to simultaneously suture the arteries. More than 5 laparoscopically assisted aminoplasties of the anterior chest wall were performed. Combined minimally invasive surgeries were performed. Subclavian artery cannulation technique for MIGS was introduced. Femoral vein puncture cannulation technique for MIGS was introduced. Approximately 150 minimally invasive surgeries were performed in the first 9 months of 2025. For the next year, we're planning to introduce the mini-acts next year in cardiac surgeries, coronary artery bypass, grafting with mitral valve repair or replacement. The heart stimulation method was included. Also, the methodology of the low branch, the innovation methods when the electrode is implanted in the left. This process is used to treat the there's also the methodology of compared to traditional radiolation, this helps to minimize the damages. Future prospects introducing dual chamber leadless. The vascular surgery department has been operating since November 2022. Over 600 surgeries are performed annually. Hybrid technologies are actively used. Master classes are held with doctors from Germany, Turkey, India, and Russia. Department staff has also completed internships at least clinics in Korea, Germany, and Italy. All doctors are proficient in open and endovascular surgery techniques. Since 2023, the department has housed a diabetic foot treatment center with a multidisciplinary approach of patient care. The center utilizes a bioengineering technology deployed. The department's work is aimed at maximizing limb preservation and weight-bearing capacity. The photographs illustrate various foot lesions caused by critical limb and ischemia, including the stages of treatment and subsequent healing. And the gynecological department performs all types of high-tech gynecological surgicals. On average, over 800 procedures are performed annually, and this number increases by an average 100 cases each year. Intrauterine surgery is also rapidly developing. Since 2018, epilepsy surgery has been introduced in neurosurgery for the first time in Kazakhstan. Surgical treatment in this category is available to patients with drug-resistant epilepsy. A total of 161 operations have been performed. The slide shows generally accepted international angle scale for assessing the outcomes of surgical treatment of epilepsy. Class 1 is considered complete surgical cure of epilepsy. Class 2 and 3, significant improvement, but without complete remission. Class 2 of 17 patients. Class 3 is 10% of patients. Also, 36 operations have been performed this year. Lobectomy was performed in 20 patients. Radiofrequency ablation of the epileptic focus using stereoelectrodes was performed in 10 patients. Vagus nerve stimulation was implanted in 6 patients. The site of temporal lobe resection is indicated by the red arrow at the bottom of the MRI images. A diagram of temporal electrode implantation for precise epileptic foci determination with subsequent treatment strategies. The diagram on the right shows a vagus nerve stimulation used for the multiple brain lesions with epileptic foci in drug-resistant cases. Vagus nerve stimulation implantation is used. Post-operative patient management is performed. Consultations with a epileptologist, neurosurgeon, neuropsychologist, programming of implanted neurostimulations. The eye microsurgery department performs over 1,000 surgeries annually. This year, vitreorental surgery has seen significant growth with over 60 surgeries performed for conditions including retinal detachment, diabetic retinopathy, vitreous hemorrhage, muscular holes, and lens distension. Over 300 extended depths of focus intraocular lens implants have also been performed, allowing patients to see beyond a fixed focal point. The endoscopy department performs 23 types of diagnostic and treatment procedures, including resections and dissections of gastrointestinal epithelial lesions, endoscopic gastronomy placement, organ plasma ablation of the gastrointestinal mucosa, and incision and drainage of pancreatic cysts. More than 25,000 different procedures are performed annually. 23 procedures of transbronchial and ultrasonic scanning, 56 procedures.
Yes,
48 procedures of video endoscopy are implemented. Dear colleagues, and this is our team, these are our doctors, and I'd like to finish my report with the words of Nelson Mandela: everything seems impossible until it is made. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Berik Talgatovich. Please receive the certificate and the letter of appreciation. Distinguished colleagues, all the reports according to our agenda of the plenary session have been heard, have been presented. Now let us turn to Q&A session and to discussions as it has been announced earlier. Please, floor is yours. Do you have any questions on the reports being presented? Please, Roshan Jamarna. Distinguished colleagues, I'd like to express my gratitude for everyone for those interesting, informative presentations. I had so many ideas while listening, what kind of practices I could introduce, what innovations, what new methods can be used in our work. And I would like once again to congratulate you, and I have several questions to our foreign guests. My first question is to Professor Gusarov. We also were engaged actively in the program of rational use of antibiotics, and we faced the problem that despite the fact that we have rationalized everything and we have changed our approaches, we are introducing the international experience, including the experience and practice of your center, because we cooperate with your center. I would like to know to what extent the SCAT program on the territory of Russian Federation is introduced, because the data that you are showing, they are amazing, and in order to achieve these kind of results, I think one center is not capable, just one, because during the treatment of one patient, to change the situation with antibiotics resistance must be quite hard. And I would like to know to what extent is this program promising and successful, and do you represent in some sort of expert center that coordinates the work in Russia in dealing with this huge problem of resistance to antibiotics? Dear Roshan Jamartovna, thank you once again for this opportunity to be part of this scientific forum. Regarding the program of introducing the control of antibiotics resistance, in general, the strategies in these approaches are delineated both in the state policy and are one of the criteria of evaluating the quality of medical services, and are included in the order of the medical, the healthcare. But regarding the scale of introduction, or I have no data, unfortunately. Based on the latest data, 120 hospitals are introducing SCAT program, and that's actually a drop in the ocean. If we're talking about the number of hospitals, we have about 10,000 of them. Unfortunately, we do not have these very statistical data, and at the moment we are developing surveys for hospitals in Russian Federation, and that will help us to find out to what extent and on what level are they introducing SCAT program in Russia. But in general, this is quite an efficient strategy, and we, as a reference center of the healthcare of Russia on monitoring the antibiotic resistance in surgery, we also interact with regions of Russian Federation to evaluate and to provide methodological help to hospitals that deal with this problem. Distinguished Vitaly Gennadievich, thank you. Thank you very much, and good luck. I would like to say the following. Despite the fact that we are also putting effort, we still face the challenge of the carbapenem-resistant flora and colistin-resistant flora, gram-negative flora, and we have all these problems in almost all of our hospitals. And hopefully that our cooperation will help us to, yes, maybe to fight this problem jointly. Thank you. And my second question is to Nancy Stitt. Is she here? I believe she's left. Oh, okay. And then I'll ask this question later at the nursery session devoted to the issues of nursing, because Nancy is the head. She's the head of the nursery faculty, and this is quite an essential issue, and we do need to improve the role of nurse. She is not an assistant, she is a partner of a doctor. So we need to draw attention on these issues. Thank you. Thank you, Roshan Jamartovna. Thank you for your questions. Dear colleagues, does anyone have any questions regarding the report's presentations? Any discussions, please? So we have no questions, therefore we declare this plenary session closed, and we express our gratitude for your engagement, and we wish you and us further fruitful cooperation. We will meet at the further sessions. Good luck, and I wish you productive sessions. Thank you. See you soon. Goodbye.
Құрметті әріптестер, пленарлық отырыс аяқталды. Баяндамашыларға мазмұнды, қызықты баяндамалар үшін, ал барлық қатысушыларға белсенді қатысқан үшін алғыс айтамыз. Еске сала кетейік, түскі ас сағат 1-де президент орталығының фойесінде өтеді. Түскі астан кейін конференцияның жұмысы секциялар бойынша жалғасады. Сондай-ақ конференцияның екінші күні 11 қараша конференция бағдарламасына сәйкес ведомстволық ұйымдар базасында өтетінін хабарлаймыз. Барлықтарыңызға жемісті жұмыс тілейміз.
Уважаемые коллеги, пленарное заседание завершено. Благодарим докладчиков.
Dear colleagues, plenary session is over. We express our gratitude to presentations for informative presentations and participants for your active engagement. We kindly remind that the lunch break will be organized at 1 p.m. After lunch, the session will continue its work. We also inform you that second day of conference, the 11th of November, will be carried out according to the program of the conference. We wish you productive and successful work.
По прогнозам, к 2040 году более половины взрослого населения планеты будет страдать неалкогольной жировой болезнью печени, сокращенно НАЖП. Пациенты с НАЖП могут испытывать ухудшение качества жизни, связанное с проблемами со здоровьем, депрессию, снижение производительности труда и утомляемость. В недавнем обзоре изучалась распространенность утомляемости среди пациентов с НАЖП и ее связь со смертностью. Наиболее часто утомляемость связывают с депрессией, сердечно-сосудистыми заболеваниями и нарушениями сна. После поправки на социально-демографические факторы риск смертности у пациентов с симптомами усталости был в 2 и 3 раза выше, чем у других пациентов. В многоцентровом обсервационном исследовании гептрал, адиметионин продемонстрировал клиническую эффективность у пациентов с внутрипеченочным холестазом, обусловленным НАЖП. После 6-недельной терапии препаратом гептрал значительно сократилось количество пациентов с симптомами холестаза, количество визитов к врачу и пропущенных по болезни рабочих дней. Через 6 недель лечения препаратом гептрал существенно снизились значения биохимических показателей печени по сравнению с исходными данными. Также важно отметить, что препарат продемонстрировал хорошую переносимость. Гептрал – это результат, который можно увидеть и почувствовать через 7 дней.
In the 1990s, the Human Genome Project, HGP, emerged as one of the most significant international scientific collaborations in history. On September 9, 1999, BGI was established and undertook 1% of the HGP's sequencing workload. Thanks to the efforts of BGI scientists, China became the only developing nation to participate in this groundbreaking collaboration. For decades, BGI's mission has remained steadfast. Omics for all. BGI is an institute that integrates research, education, and industrial development. BGI encompasses nonprofit units like BGI Research, BGI College, and GigaScience, along with business units including BGI Genomics, MGI, BGI Bioverse, and BGI Health. From the Human Genome Project to the Mariana Trench Environment and Ecology Research Project, BGI remains at the forefront of global scientific research. As of March 2025, BGI has published 660 articles in Science, Nature, Cell, and their affiliated journals. For 9 years in a row, BGI has been ranked #1 in the Nature Index among biological sciences corporate institutions in the Asia Pacific. Through years of dedicated research and collaboration, BGI has achieved comprehensive coverage in the tools for reading, writing, and storing in life sciences. BGI has developed 3 sequencing technologies, reducing whole genome sequencing reagent costs to below $100. BGI has also built its own high-throughput gene synthesizer, developed automated sample storage systems and big data storage systems, while also achieving breakthroughs in DNA storage technology. BGI has developed advanced cell omics and spatiotemporal omics technology. Additionally, BGI has been involved in the construction and development of the Spatiotemporal Omics Consortium, STOC. BGI has offered affordable testing for reproductive health, early cancer screening, and infectious disease prevention and control to over 40 million people in 100 countries and regions. BGI has established precision medicine laboratories in countries such as Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, and Uruguay. BGI has helped to set up a national sequencing center in Serbia, established a sequencer manufacturing base in Latvia. These initiatives have strengthened local scientific capacity and enhanced the well-being of communities worldwide. BGI collaborates with more than 60 universities worldwide, offering education and research opportunities. BGI also hosts training programs for technical experts from developing countries. Many of them go on to play key roles in the fields of life sciences. From SARS to COVID-19, from the Indian Ocean tsunami to the Wenchuan earthquake, from E. coli to Ebola outbreaks, BGI responded to global health crises, omics for all.
Караганда. Индустриальный центр и магистральный узел железнодорожных и воздушных путей. По своему экономическому и научному потенциалу она по праву занимает одно из ведущих мест в республике. Именно здесь было создано первое в Казахстане предприятие, производящее современные, высокоэффективные биотехнологические препараты. Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. В создании завода было инвестировано более 100 миллионов долларов. Мы первое предприятие в Казахстане, производящее препараты в асептических условиях, соответствующие международному стандарту надлежащей производственной практики.
В Казахстане были созданы благоприятные условия для привлечения инвестиций в отечественную фармотрасль, и в результате чего и было создано наше предприятие.
Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. Мы осуществляем трансфер технологии и производства биотехнологических лекарственных препаратов для лечения таких социально значимых заболеваний, как онкология, гемофилия, ревматоидный артрит, сахарный диабет и других редких болезней, которые ранее здесь не производились. Впервые в Казахстане внедрена технология производства препаратов в преднаполненных шприцах.
Все наши производственные цеха спроектированы и построены в соответствии с международными стандартами надлежащей производственной практики. Цех оснащен современным европейским оборудованием, позволяющим производить препараты высокого качества.
В 2015 году у нас основана испытательная лаборатория отдела контроля качества. В нее входят физико-химическая лаборатория, микробиологическая лаборатория, и единственная в республике биохимическая лаборатория, выполняющая анализы биотехнологических препаратов.
Мы производим биотехнологические инъекционные лекарственные средства, требующие особых условий при хранении, производстве, транспортировке и контроле качества. В связи с этим нами выстроена фармацевтическая система качества на требуемом уровне для обеспечения населения качественными, безопасными и эффективными лекарствами.
Наш современный фармацевтический склад оснащен холодильными камерами для хранения лекарственных препаратов со специальными.
По прогнозам, к 2040 году более половины взрослого населения планеты будет страдать неалкогольной жировой болезнью печени, сокращенно НАЖ. Пациенты с НАЖ могут испытывать ухудшение качества жизни, связанное с проблемами со здоровьем, депрессию, снижение производительности труда и утомляемость. В недавнем обзоре изучалась распространенность утомляемости среди пациентов с НАЖ и ее связь со смертностью. Наиболее часто утомляемость связывают с депрессией, сердечно-сосудистыми заболеваниями и нарушениями сна. После поправки на социально-демографические факторы риск смертности у пациентов с симптомами усталости был в 2 и 3 раза выше, чем у других пациентов. В многоцентровом обсервационном исследовании гептрал, адиметионин, продемонстрировал клиническую эффективность у пациентов с внутрипеченочным холестазом, обусловленным НАЖ. После 6-недельной терапии препаратом гептрал значительно сократилось количество пациентов с симптомами холестаза, количество визитов к врачу и пропущенных по болезни рабочих дней. Через 6 недель лечения препаратом гептрал существенно снизились значения биохимических показателей печени по сравнению с исходными данными. Также важно отметить, что препарат продемонстрировал хорошую переносимость. Гептрал – это результат, который можно увидеть и почувствовать через 7 дней.
In the 1990s, the Human Genome Project, HGP, emerged as one of the most significant international scientific collaborations in history. On September 9, 1999, BGI was established and undertook 1% of the HGP sequencing workload. Thanks to the efforts of BGI scientists, China became the only developing nation to participate in this groundbreaking collaboration. For decades, BGI's mission has remained steadfast. Omics for all. BGI is an institute that integrates research, education, and industrial development. BGI encompasses nonprofit units like BGI Research, BGI College, and GigaScience, along with business units including BGI Genomics, MGI, BGI Bioverse, and BGI Health. From the Human Genome Project to the Mariana Trench Environment and Ecology Research Project, BGI remains at the forefront of global scientific research. As of March 2025, BGI has published 660 articles in Science, Nature, Cell, and their affiliated journals. For 9 years in a row, BGI has been ranked #1 in the Nature Index among biological sciences corporate institutions in the Asia Pacific. Through years of dedicated research and collaboration, BGI has achieved comprehensive coverage in the tools for reading, writing, and storing in life sciences. BGI has developed 3 sequencing technologies, reducing whole genome sequencing reagent costs to below $100. BGI has also built its own high-throughput gene synthesizer, developed automated sample storage systems and big data storage systems, while also achieving breakthroughs in DNA storage technology. BGI has developed advanced cell omics and spatiotemporal omics technology. Additionally, BGI has been involved in the construction and development of the Spatiotemporal Omics Consortium, STOC. BGI has offered affordable testing for reproductive health, early cancer screening, and infectious disease prevention and control to over 40 million people in 100 countries and regions. BGI has established precision medicine laboratories in countries such as Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, and Uruguay. BGI has helped to set up a national sequencing center in Serbia, established a sequencer manufacturing base in Latvia. These initiatives have strengthened local scientific capacity and enhanced the well-being of communities worldwide. BGI collaborates with more than 60 universities worldwide, offering education and research opportunities. BGI also hosts training programs for technical experts from developing countries. Many of them go on to play key roles in the fields of life sciences. From SARS to COVID-19, from the Indian Ocean tsunami to the Wenchuan earthquake, from E. coli to Ebola outbreaks, BGI responded to global health crises. Omics for all.
Караганда. Индустриальный центр и магистральный узел железнодорожных и воздушных путей. По своему экономическому и научному потенциалу она по праву занимает одно из ведущих мест в республике. Именно здесь было создано первое в Казахстане предприятие, производящее современные, высокоэффективные биотехнологические препараты. Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. В создании завода было инвестировано более 100 миллионов долларов. Мы первое предприятие в Казахстане, производящее препараты в асептических условиях, соответствующие международному стандарту надлежащей производственной практики.
В Казахстане были созданы благоприятные условия для привлечения инвестиций в отечественную фармотрасль, и в результате чего и было создано наше предприятие.
Карагандинский фармацевтический комплекс. Мы осуществляем трансфер технологии производства биотехнологических лекарственных препаратов для лечения таких социально значимых заболеваний, как онкология, гемофилия, ревматоидный артрит, сахарный диабет и других редких болезней, которые ранее здесь не производились. Впервые в Казахстане внедрена технология производства препаратов в преднаполненных шприцах.
Все наши производственные цеха спроектированы и построены в соответствии с международными стандартами надлежащей производственной практики. Цех оснащен современным европейским оборудованием, позволяющим производить препараты высокого качества.
В 2015 году у нас основана испытательная лаборатория отдела контроля качества. В нее входят физико-химическая лаборатория, микробиологическая лаборатория, и единственная в республике биохимическая лаборатория, выполняющая анализы биотехнологических препаратов.
Мы производим биотехнологические инъекционные лекарственные средства, требующие особых условий при хранении, производстве, транспортировке и контроле качества. В связи с этим нами выстроена фармацевтическая система качества на требуемом уровне для обеспечения населения качественными, безопасными и эффективными лекарствами.
Наш современный фармацевтический склад оснащен холодильными камерами для хранения лекарственных препаратов со специальными.
прогнозам, к 2040 году более половины взрослого населения планеты будет страдать неалкогольной жировой болезнью печени, сокращенно НАЖП. Пациенты с НАЖП могут испытывать ухудшение качества жизни, связанное с проблемами со здоровьем, депрессию, снижение производительности труда и утомляемость. В недавнем обзоре изучалась распространенность утомляемости среди пациентов с НАЖП и ее связь со смертностью. Наиболее часто утомляемость связывают с депрессией, сердечно-сосудистыми заболеваниями и нарушениями сна. После поправки на социально-демографические факторы риск смертности у пациентов с симптомами усталости был в 2 и 3 раза выше, чем у других пациентов. В многоцентровом обсервационном исследовании гептрал, адиметионин, продемонстрировал клиническую эффективность у пациентов с внутрипеченочным холестазом, обусловленным НАЖП. После 6-недельной терапии препаратом гептрал значительно сократилось количество пациентов с симптомами холестаза, количество визитов к врачу и пропущенных по болезни рабочих дней. Через 6 недель лечения препаратом гептрал существенно снизились значения биохимических показателей печени по сравнению с исходными данными. Также важно отметить, что препарат продемонстрировал хорошую переносимость. Гептрал – это результат, который можно увидеть и почувствовать через 7 дней.
In the 1990s, the Human Genome Project, HGP, emerged as one of the most significant international scientific collaborations in history. On September 9, 1999, BGI was established and undertook 1% of the HGP's sequencing workload. Thanks to the efforts of BGI scientists, China became the only developing nation to participate in this groundbreaking collaboration. For decades, BGI's mission has remained steadfast. Omics for all. BGI is an institute that integrates research, education, and industrial development. BGI encompasses nonprofit units like BGI Research, BGI College, and GigaScience, along with business units including BGI Genomics, MGI, BGI Bioverse, and BGI Health. From the Human Genome Project to the Mariana Trench Environment and Ecology Research Project, BGI remains at the forefront of global scientific research. As of March 2025, BGI has published 660 articles in Science, Nature, Cell, and their affiliated journals. For 9 years in a row, BGI has been ranked #1 in the Nature Index among biological sciences corporate institutions in the Asia Pacific. Through years of dedicated research and collaboration, BGI has achieved comprehensive coverage in the tools for reading, writing, and storing in life sciences. BGI has developed 3 sequencing technologies, reducing whole genome sequencing reagent costs to below $100. BGI has also built its own high-throughput gene synthesizer, developed automated sample storage systems and big data storage systems, while also achieving breakthroughs in DNA storage technology. BGI has developed advanced cell omics and spatiotemporal omics technology. Additionally, BGI has been involved in the construction and development of the Spatiotemporal Omics Consortium, STOC. BGI has offered affordable testing for reproductive health, early cancer screening, and infectious disease prevention and control to over 40 million people in 100 countries and regions. BGI has established precision medicine laboratories in countries such as Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, and Uruguay. BGI has helped to set up a national sequencing center in Serbia, established a sequencer manufacturing base in Latvia. These initiatives have strengthened local scientific capacity and enhanced the well-being of communities worldwide. BGI collaborates with more than 60 universities worldwide, offering education and research opportunities. BGI also hosts training programs for technical experts from developing countries. Many of them go on to play key roles in the fields of life sciences. From SARS to COVID-19, from the Indian Ocean tsunami to the Wenchuan earthquake, from E. coli to Ebola outbreaks, BGI responded to global health crises. Omics for all.